Hello.
All right,
Didn't know it was
hello
me up there.
everybody. We have an exciting tournament today. It's the Last Chance Qualifier for the King of Speed tournament, which is happening in 28 days, aka 4 weeks. 2 people will be moving on from this tournament, and it is also pretty much the final chance to gain points for the ladder qualification. We do still have a time trial running, but once that's over, that is all the points that you are going to be able to get. So if you want in, it's pretty much your last chance. We're going to start off today by showing off the current time trial runs, which is for Sky High.
Don't forget to change the scene on
I have forgotten
Twitch.
to change the scene on Twitch.
Looks better.
Much better. Alright, up in third we have Sensei, who about a day ago got a run of 42 seconds and 343 milliseconds. I will quickly hop into the map so that we can see that. Where'd Sky High go? There it is. All right. Here we go. Very good start. Just a bunch of boosts there.
It had like 3 seconds difference between first place and second place, so I wonder where he's gonna lose so much time.
I think it's mostly just going to be a gradual thing because this is a pretty long map.
With 90 there was beautiful though.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any major time losses, but there are oh, actually, yeah, no, that is probably faster than going down the bottom route, at least for a single lap. If you're playing it in a match, you're going to want to go to the bottom route to get through the air boosts. All right, let's see what the second place looks like. And second place is from Ahmad.
You should probably set Sensei's Ghost and then watch replay from Ahmad so you can actually see the difference in real time.
I forgot you could do that. All right, and let me quickly turn Discord on to Do Not Disturb as well. All right, let's see the difference.
So far, so just some slightly better grapple angles, giving a lot of speed.
Incremental improvements, it looks like. Ooh, slightly different route there. Though that is not a 3-second gain. This looks more or less... Oh, slightly different there as well. So yeah, mostly minor incremental changes here.
Yeah, less grapples, but also more precise. And very good ending as well. Didn't even stop. Damn.
All right. And now let's set Ahmad as the ghost. And see what first place looks like. Judging from how similar the times are, I'm anticipating that it's going to be a negligible change in routes.
It's probably just going to be a difference from grapples. So far, Ahmad actually got the lead at the beginning.
So a slightly better start for them. Ooh, much better grapples through that section there, though. And back to the bottom route, which lost them more time again. Slightly better drop down through there as well.
Whoa, so
Just better
close
and
to
more
the wall,
consistent
though.
grapples. Lost a bit of ground there at the very end there, but it was still enough to get them first place on this time trial tournament so far. Don't forget, this is going on for a while more after this, so you still have time to try to beat their records. All right. And now it's time for me to finalize the check-ins.
Yeah, and Echo is not gonna be able to make it today.
Unfortunate. There is a second milk.
Yeah, they also said they wouldn't
Yep.
be able to come up.
All right, and nobody else has arrived except maybe Sneck last second,
Oh, true.
which I am going to be beginning the process of culling people, so it's fine as long as they get it in before I'm done culling.
Yeah, that's fair.
Bit of a delayed start today, but oh well.
I think it's better to delay the tournament by like a couple minutes just to make sure everyone's go is okay.
Yep.
By the way, are we also streaming on YouTube?
It should be streaming on YouTube.
I I don't see it.
Hmm.
It is the King of Speed TV. Yeah, it is King of Speed TV YouTube channel. I don't see
Weird.
the live section.
Okay, we're gonna have to look into that later.
It is very likely gonna get rigged like every week, Metzger. I won't lie.
Yeah, because we haven't finished culling people yet. Okay, guess Sneck is declining to participate.
I think he's making an account because I don't see him on the attendees list.
Yeah. 2 more to cull.
If you think just continue. Okay. Snake just gave up. Wait, hold on. Yeah, no. Yeah, unfortunately, Snake cannot make it.
All right. The culling has concluded. Or not. It didn't register that person getting removed. Why not? I gotta go back and remove them a second time.
What's this Sky High PBS thing? It's a time trial. Every week until Sunday afternoon, evening, depends on it. It's just a classic like solo run. I'd say tournament kinda. Just whoever gets like the lower your time, the higher you are, like usual, and it gives you a point for the qualification. Yes, it's just if you have Velo and you play the map that's the current registration.
All right. And if you look at the bracket now, it should be the final bracket. If you're already on the page, you might have to refresh.
Oh, it's still Metzger against Shiverins for their
Nice.
first match.
All right. Up first is Sky and Disposable Legend, aka Dizzy. Both of you quickly make sure that you have me added on Steam. Because my Steam friends list got cleared a couple weeks ago. I do not think I have either of you. All right, there's Sky. And now I just gotta wait for Dizzy. There's Dizzy.
Also, there's no game audio on Twitch.
Why has that stopped working? What? Okay, why did that mute itself? It should not mute itself. All right. Going to be an interesting match up first here. And quick reminder, there will be bans once we hit top 4 because this is treated as a monthly.
Yeah, rank
That's
settings.
rank settings.
Workshop
And
random
they're splitting the
official.
difference. Let's see
I'm
who
guessing
wins.
it's gonna be official.
Alright, in that case, I am going to guess that it's going to be Workshop.
It's gonna be Silo. Silo.
You were half
Yeah.
right. It was an official, but it was Zoo. I'm
That should've
going
been
to
money.
remove the input display as soon as we get between points. And the speedometer too. Keep forgetting to remove those. Okay,
First point goes to Daisy.
speedometer. Input display. There we go. Now there is nothing marring your view of the beautiful match coming up here. Very close ice. Very good use of the bomb. That's going to be another point for Dizzy. And Dizzy does have a massive boost advantage here. Likely going to be a quick third point for them.
If Dizzy doesn't make a mistake, there's no way Sky survives this.
Ooh, and that missed grapple there from Sky killed them off for the final time. That's 1-0.
That's a very good start for Dizzy so far. Alright, going Workshop despite voting for random official.
Yep. Alright, we're going over to Sky High. The time trial map, so we've seen this 3 times so far today. Much better start from Dizzy here. Bit of a win trade there from Sky. Unfortunately, they spawn within boost, so part of that win trade is negated. Oh, and a missed grapple counteracts the entire effect of the very nasty ball hit. And now Dizzy is the one with a massive boost advantage.
Oh, okay. Dizzy's
Bit of a
slowed down
missed
bit.
grapple there from Sky. Sky is able to get into the air boost section, but isn't able to capitalize on it because of the threat of the box. Dizzy fails to avoid the lever, giving Sky a massive lead, but Sky messes up on the turnaround, giving Dizzy a chance to come back. A nasty rocket almost kills Sky, but Sky manages to just barely dodge it. And that ball there gets a hit on both players, meaning that it is effectively nothing. And the Sky messes up getting into the air boost, which results in a second point for Dizzy. Dizzy does also have a minor boost advantage here. Sky decides to not go for the air boost, which results in Dizzy taking the lead, but Dizzy swings up into some crates, takes back the lead. Dizzy is forced to take that route, otherwise they probably would have been killed by the camera. Dizzy is able to recover from their loss of position and get that third point in, making it 2-0. Alright, we're heading over to the granary. Very good start from Sky here. Dizzy's in a bit of trouble. Ooh, Guy hits some boxes, which gives Dizzy an opportunity to come back, but Dizzy forgets to slide to dodge some spikes, which gives the first point on this map to Sky. Bit of a misgrapple there from Sky, forces them to take item route. Bit of a mess up on the drop off of the, up on the exit from the wall climb. Ooh, Sky attempts to get a double bounce on the slope to gain extra speed, but misses the bottom slope at the very end there, killing all their speed, giving a point to Dizzy. Dizzy now with an Invincible and a minor boost advantage, uses the Invincible to gain a massive speed bonus, but fails to capitalize on it because they missed a grapple. Sky gives up on the second point. Sky does have the golden hook here. Is going to keep it and not cycle it out for a new item. Uses it there, but Dizzy is sliding so it does not hit, and a shockwave there messes up the wall climb, which causes Sky to lose that third point, bringing it to 3-0 overall. Alright, up next we have Jackrabbit versus Glob. And I believe Glob said that their username was that one that starts with K. Yeah, Karamitic, I believe. Where is Jackrabbit? There is Jackrabbit. What happened to Jack? Jackrabbit is having some tech issues.
And we skipped Mido versus Derp at the end. Depends. Wim and Die Gamer are also very high level. Maybe not as high level as them, but I bet to, like, honestly, I've seen them play in many tournaments before, so I'm starting to have my doubts. I really think they could beat Derp and Mido. Trust the British goat.
This is weird. Alright, I'm gonna...
No,
Actually, you know
not-
what? I will entirely restart the game just to make sure.
Alright.
Because Jack Robbeat is having a few issues. I'm
Fair
not
enough.
sure if they are on my end or their end. So I am just making sure that it isn't on my end. Lax, the map survey will end when King of Speed does. Alright, there we go.
The stream on Discord as well, you need to
Alright, I
put it
forgot
back.
to restart that. And then re-enable ranked. Alright, looks like Karaminic is going for random official, and so is Jack. So that's where we're going.
Mention. Ahmad would have been happy there.
Looks like Karaminic is going item route. Jack, on the other hand, went boost route and is going for the skip here, and that's a point.
Yeah, Jack is an OG player, so it's gonna be extremely scary to try him on officials.
Yep. Any high-level player that actively practices officials is a massive threat on them. If they don't
Jack going
actively
for
practice officials, then that's the way to beat them.
Oh, the ball there. The boulder.
Could be a nasty pre-ball, and it is. There goes Glob getting hit pretty much instantly.
Yeah, Glob forgot their own ball.
Attempted hook backwards there, does not hit, but that does. It didn't need to. That's a third point for Jack.
Yeah, at least Jack is giving Glob a chance.
All right, now it is Glob's turn to pick a map. All right. And the random workshop is Texas Run-Up.
Alright. So far, Glob struggling a bit with his grapples.
Ooh, unfortunate grapple miss there from Glob. And a pre-ball
With a
from Jack. Wonder if it'll hit. The slope there could... Ooh, it does.
Oh no!
I think Glob anticipated the slope there, bouncing it up before they got to it. But it did not. They were just a bit too far ahead for that.
Well, I would have went for a boost instead of the grapple there.
Good golden hook for Glob. Glob running along the ground. Bit of a long hold on the grapple there.
Turning around there for Glob.
Glob decides not to go for the air boost.
Given their movement, I highly think they do not know the map very well.
That is quite likely. Alright, that brings us to 2-0. It is Glob's turn to pick once again. Alright, we're heading over to the factory.
Factory, yeah. Sounds like a good map. Honestly, against Jack, yeah, I don't think there's, because factory against people like silver, gold, maybe you have a chance because it's a very, very basic map.
Yeah.
So
the issue is that with this skill gap, there isn't much that can really counter it. Like, maybe if you've been practicing lab, you could get them on that, because nobody else practices lab for the most part. My efforts have made a dent in that statement. But it's still, for the most part, true. Ooh, Glob mistimed their grapple, which results in the 3rd point going to Jack.
Yeah, they crouched instead of grappling accidentally. Misinput. Happens.
Alright. And that means up next we have a Sarnil versus Derp. Good game, everybody.
Yeah, there's still the loser bracket matches.
Yep. You always have 2 chances until you hit King of Speed. The King of Speed is single elimination.
And the loser of next... You're gonna fight the loser of next match, which is a Sarnil against Derp. And I don't want to be too optimistic. I really think a Sarnil loses there.
I don't know if I have Derp on Steam. If I do, it's not as Derp.
It should be a Derpiculus, I think. So... Hold on, I'll check real quick. You got 2 friend requests, yeah. One is from a scammer, and one is from Sky.
All right, and Derp is now invited back in.
A Diamond against Silver League.
Unfortunate matchup.
Sounds like it's gonna be a quick one.
All right, New Age City, which means that Derp won the 50-50.
So far, Sarnil has the lead. Loses it because a tackle, I believe.
Unfortunate instant loss there. Asarnal does have a minor boost advantage here. Good shockwave.
Sarnil misses the item there.
Which allows Derp to take back the lead with full boost.
Very good ball. Zones Sarnil away a bit.
Ooh, unfortunate bounce off of the pad there. That gives Derp the second point.
Missed grapple for Sarnil there. Gives a big opportunity for Derp.
And Derp takes advantage of it. First game map goes to them. Up next, Sarnil decides to take us to...
Very unlucky for Sarnil as well. It was one of a really difficult map. A high skill ceiling.
Factory.
Going for Factory. Okay, I respect the decision.
Instant tackle on a Sarnil.
If I remember correctly, I think I won, or no, I didn't win, but I was close to winning against Lax on Factory. So a big skill difference between the two of us, and it still managed to pick up a good fight. So
ooh, the lever got pulled there, which
the best.
Puts a Sarnil in a terrible position. First point going to Derp. Derp does have enough boost to counter the shockwave and then some. Which they used to counter it.
For this shockwave.
Yeah, a shockwave here would have been pretty much lethal if used right.
Yeah, you throw it in the ceiling, so it cuts the grapple short and it puts them in the spikes.
Yep. Ooh, crate.
I would have
Sarnil needs to save
there.
Boost. Sarnil using up a lot of their boost, leaving them basically nothing for this section here. Going back to collect them, but oh, spikes kill Derp, resulting in a Sarnil getting the point back, getting back to even. Sarnil has slightly more boost, but they spawn in boost, so it doesn't really matter. Both players make it up into top route. Crate gets dropped into Derp's face. And a bomb here could be very nasty. And it gets used to kill a lot of Derp's potential momentum. Derp saves up just enough rockets. Saves rocket for just long enough to hit a Sarnil with it, giving a massive delay onto them. But a Sarnil is able to make it into the top route ahead of Derp once again, which keeps them in the lead. And Derp tries to go top route for some reason and gets cammed. Sarnil has a full boost here, meaning they get out slightly earlier than Derp.
They can keep the shockwave for the ceiling this time. Okay,
and
no,
they
never
didn't.
mind.
Ooh, very nasty rocket. Oh, the rocket did hit them there. They tried. It was a dodge, and then the rocket hit them, which killed them. At least that's what I think happened there. Yeah, I think this is a kill. Yes, it is. Third point goes to Derp. Asarnal almost had a bit of a comeback there. All right, where are we going next?
It could
We're
pick
heading over to the
Factory
mansion.
again. Okay.
Factory would have been a legal pick, yes. Ooh. Asarnal attempts to go for the faster route, but gets cam killed instead. That's the danger of going for that route in second position. Both players decide to hop up to collect boost. Derp keeping a bit more of it in the tank. Ooh, missed the bottom slope there, which is going to probably kill Asarnal because of the rocket. It's now 2-0 with Asarnal having the item advantage, but Derp having the boost advantage. Bit of a tackle there.
Tackle's attempted. Unfortunately, it does not land.
Attempted crate to the face, does not hit. Asarnal barely in there still, having to use a bunch of boosts to keep up. Basically, no more room for error. Asarnal does not have time to go back and gets killed by the bomb that Derp placed. And that makes it 3-0. Alright, up next we have Metzger versus Shiverance. Alright, I'm going to need both of those players to add me on Steam. My entire friends list got cleared a couple weeks ago. Shiverance. And now for Metzger. Alright, let's see where we're going to start off today.
Random Workshop, good decision.
Yep, especially for Metzger. Alright, City Run R2, which Metzger does not like despite getting the better spawn. Crate drop does not hit. Metzger takes top route for some reason. Collects full boost before doing a bit of win trading.
And a free ice from by Shave as well.
Oh, and it does hit.
Very nice. Oh, but he saves Metzger with his shockwave, unfortunately. Weird pathing for Shiverance. Usually you take a single grapple to just slope surf off of things.
Ooh, Shiverance killed all of their speed with an FG.
I think they just jumped before the grapple landed.
Maybe.
So,
It looked to... okay. Looked to me like the grapple hit, then they immediately let go and jumped.
I rocket there.
Unfortunate
Gonna be a
for
bit
them.
far to land.
And it
Oh,
does
but almost
not.
hit, actually.
Ooh, nasty
Very good
crate.
crate.
And that's a second point for Shiverance.
Metzger should get first item. Missed it. Oh, it doesn't have any boost to compensate.
And first point goes to Shiverance, which means it is now Metzger's turn to pick the map, and I am willing to bet that it's going to be Void, Minery, or Snowdown. I was correct. Ooh, nasty
First
crate
item.
there. That's a point for Shiverance.
First item on Minery is always really great, especially if you have a pretty big lead. A very good grapple for both players. So far, Metzger keeping a healthy distance away from Shiv. Cycling his golden hook for a bomb, very well played. Shiv forced to use his drill to come back into the game, but an insane box from Metzger from afar. Metzger, I believe, yeah, gonna go for an item, while Shiverance decides to go for speed.
And Shiverance's strat paid out because the item was a shockwave, which only helped Shiverance a tiny bit, if it even hit them, because I'm not sure if it did on their end.
Ooh, the panic
And
golden
Shiverance
hook for
just
Metzger there.
outruns. No pre-ball, however. Could have been a nasty spot for one. I'm not sure if that might have hit the rocket on Shiverance's screen, but either way, it did hit Metzger, which is not good for them.
The ice from Shiv is gonna be extremely scary in this swing up.
Ooh, nasty. And the
Uh-oh,
taunting as
Shiverance
well.
should not have taunted. Oh shit, he...
Looks like it's fine for Shiverance to have taunted because they still won the point. Bringing the match to 2-0.
That was actually great.
A bit rude, but very funny. Alright, Metzger, where are we going for your final map pick of the match? Alright,
Minery
we're heading
again.
back to Minery, which is allowed. Let's see if Metzger can pull off the upset. Nasty shockwave there. Ooh, bit of a missed grapple there, but that isn't going to matter because the point was already over. That would have been absolutely lethal if it happened outside of there, however. Ooh, that's a nasty ball. And that's point for Shiverance. Metzger does have boost advantage here, however, and also an item.
How did Metzger put the box in the wall that was like 20 feet away from him?
Probably desync.
That's crazy. Metzger trying his best to come back from this. Tries to cycle the box. Use all his boosts to come back from this. Does not have a choice. Probably gonna die to Cam there.
Ooh,
But Shiverance does not do the big drop down to kill earlier, giving Metzger a chance.
maybe Shiverance thought they didn't need it, but that's going to be a second point for Metzger, bringing it to 2-2. Metzger has a crate, Shiverance has the ball. I know which one I would prefer to have. Oh, and that's a nasty hit. However, Shiverance doesn't just try to capitalize on it.
Yeah, Metzger landed on the slopes, which is very good for them. Very good
Ooh,
item roll
nasty
there.
ice. This might be a point here. Oh, yes, that is.
Oh, this is a point. Oh,
unfortunate.
W. Very well done.
All right, that makes it 2-1.
All right, Shiverance pick.
All right, and we're heading over to Lantern Festival.
I have to.
Looks like Metzger is not too happy with that. And it's easy to see why, as Shiverance already has a massive lead. And a bit of a pre-ball there in the wrong direction, I believe. In addition to the fact that they spawned nowhere near there. Second point for Shiverance. Good golden hook attempt. Unfortunately, it did not land on Shiverance's end. Oh, nasty bomb!
Very good
bomb.
And
Shiverance decides to just flex instead of taking the victory. Not sure how Shiverance is doing that.
Shiv, do you have a skin that has a 0 frame taunt? I think he does. I'll say it right now. I don't think we should allow this because it does overwrite your animation, so you can't really see this. Like it only cancels hooks. I mean, we can't see exactly what we do.
Yeah, I believe that it only cancels hooks, but that if it does cancel a hook, we can tell that it did so. So yeah, no more using that taunt, okay? All right. It's fine this time because there wasn't an instance where it changed anything. And up next we have Opezdal versus Mido. I know I have Opezdal, but I don't remember what their name is. And I do not believe I have Mido.
Yeah, I'm currently typing that out as a note, Arthi, don't worry.
All right. I have been informed that Leo Bonhart is in fact Mido. Oh, it's Sir Fartslaw. Okay. All right. And they're splitting the difference.
Love to see it.
And we're going with Dance Hall. Bomb does not hit. Nasty rocket attempt. Unfortunately for Minnow, it does not hit, which grants Sir Farts a lot the first point of the match. Ooh, pre-shock. And the golden hook does not hit. Nasty bomb location.
So far, it's 1-1.
Yep. Nasty rocket. Oh, but it launches Sir Farts into the boost section, which is very good for them.
That was a very clever use of the rocket there.
Oh, nasty rocket again. Second point for Mido, but DJ Ebon does have a massive boost advantage here. Nasty bomb. Looks like Opesdal learned from when Mido used it on them earlier. Both players get top route. Bomb gets placed there and then immediately cycled out. Missed golden hook here could. Oh, that's a nasty bomb. It prevents them from getting into the second area, and that's a point for Mido, which means that they have won the first map. That means that it is now Gemaroni's turn to pick the map. And if you're wondering why I keep saying different names, it's because they are all the different names for the same person. Alright, and we're heading over to Sky High.
Mido didn't manage to get up there very easily. So Pezza has a massive mat advantage, as well as pretty big boost. They spawn in it, but it prevents Mido from getting an item for himself, which is extremely good for them. Very good bomb. Resets Mido's speed there.
Yep, and that's a second point for Opesdal.
Yeah, Opesdal picked one of the near maps, which is probably one of the best choices against Mido.
Ooh, unfortunate missed grapple there. Bit of a win trade there, trying to minimize how much boost Mido gets before the next round. Neither player going for the air boost there.
Mido
and
missing
that's
a big grapple there.
That's a point for Opesdal, which means 1-1. Alright, we're heading over to Factory.
Let's see. So far, no win trades.
Ice was used a bit earlier than it would have been effective on. And that's a point for Mido.
You know, even Dizzy is confident that Mido clears there. However...
Ooh. Nope, not a tackle, only on our end.
However, I can really see Opesdal winning this one, because it's a very neutral map.
Nasty bomb there.
If I was a Pestal, I would have probably wind traded that around. Because it puts him very far in terms of boost.
They are able to start recovering from it, though. Oh, and they missed the ceiling slope launch, which gives a point to Mido. Neither player is going to get top route, however. Both players keeping some boost in reserve for this section up here. Nasty shockwave, but use up the golden hook to recover, which means that but Mido is able to get top route, which counters the golden hook's almost kill.
That was
very good recovery.
Oh my god, that was really hype movement
2-1.
there.
All right, where are we heading next? KOS Live. Pretty even starts from both players.
Pestal has a drill though, so.
Yep. Ooh,
if there's an
very nasty drop there. Cycling out that shockwave as well. Pestal uses the drill to gain a massive initial speed advantage. And a nasty shockwave to prevent Mido from getting top route. But a messed up grapple means that Mido takes back the lead. And that's a point for Mido. 1-1 on this map. Mido does have a minor boost advantage as well. Oh, boost spawn negates that, pretty much. Shockwave here could be used to block the... It is not used to block the ball, but the ball is just barely dodged, and that's going to be another point here for Mido with that drop. 2-1. Minor boost advantage for Pestal, but Mido does have that rocket. Rocket is not going to do anything at all. This crate might... Oh, but it isn't even necessary.
Yeah, it gets a very good grapple angle there.
And Mido just lets Pestal live.
Giving some mercy. Love to see it.
Ooh, very good crate. Ooh, bit of a grapple speed loss there due to a slightly longer than optimal grapple from Mido. Ooh, and that's bad.
Oh,
very good tackle.
very nicely done.
Both players make it onto the top route this time.
However, yeah, Mido is front running with a bomb, so
unfortunately the bomb got slightly mistimed. Ooh, and there's the point for Mido. All right, that's 3-1. Up next, we're going to take a quick ad break so that we don't have ads in the middle of a match. And I am also going to go grab a drink real quick.
Alright. Well, while Zidrazil's gone, let's see. Well, I'll take a look at the bracket. Yeah, next next match is gonna be Wim against Dizzy. These people gotta get ready. It's gonna be Wim's first match as well for this tournament. #1 seed of this tournament as well. And just generally, Wim has done... I said this in another tournament, but Wim has done some incredible progress. He's done tassing, he's been playing with some of the best players in the world. And even, I think, also got coached by some of them. Not sure about that fact. But all I know is that he is extremely ready. He would be a very good candidate for King of Speed.
Alright, I am back. And quickly, before we start the match, I would like to mention that we do in fact now have a Matcherino set up for the King of Speed. If you are on the Twitch stream, you can do !Matcherino to have it. If you're on the Discord stream, I just posted it in the chat. We will be having a supporter badge. However, it is not yet ready. Alright, and now let's get those two other players in. Because currently we have Wim versus Dizzy. Where? There. All right.
Dizzy was ready.
Yep.
Wim just launching Speedrunners. Maybe doing something else in the background.
Alright, where are we dropping, boys? Alright, we're going with Random Workshop. Alright, Speed City Knights. Wim was not able to take the fast route up and repeatedly failed to get in. Oh, nasty bomb launching Dizzy straight into the spikes. Dizzy just barely surviving through there, but is not going to be able to survive this. And the second point to go, and a second point for Wim. Wim is able to get into the launcher, but Dizzy is not. Ooh, and then a missed drop grapple opportunity gives Wim that third point, making it 1-0. All right, and we're heading over to the clubhouse.
Very interesting pick. However, I think Wim has been learning the newer maps, so it's going to be a very
at this
difficult
point, this one isn't a newer map anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's been there for a while, but it's just that these maps that we've added lately is just the kind of maps people have not really practiced much.
True.
Compared to things like
Dizzy
Oasis.
does not make it into the air boost. Yeah, I think this map is, what, 2 or 3 years old at this point? Nasty ice. Fortunately for Wim, they were able to dodge it.
I think it is, but because this map has been removed then added back, then it gives less time for player to actually practice the map.
True.
Right? Wim has a rocket, might be a bit too far to use it.
Might.
Actually, going down there was
Nope.
almost optimal, because now Wim gets a massive resource advantage.
Not able to capitalize on the rocket opportunities, however. Wim is still in first place and increasing in distance. Ooh, a missed grapple there kills all of Wim's speed. However, Wim is still able to recover and start coming back. Once more having a massive lead. And that's another map win for Wim. Which means that it is now Dizzy's last map pick of the match. Ooh, looks like Dizzy has been getting tackled quite a bit. And we're heading over to Random Official. And it's Casino.
Right? Go to the map.
Yes, second best map in the entire game.
Yeah, right behind Metro.
No, Lab. As you all know, I am a Lab Glazer. Ooh, unfortunate 90 there. Launch them straight back into the rocket. Ooh, unfortunate crate as well. That's 2 points for Wim in less than a lap.
I think that was a tackle into a crate.
Unfortunate. Very nasty bomb there, however, from Dizzy. And that's a point for Dizzy. Wim does have a minor boost advantage here. Both players get a grappleable spawn. It's always nasty when one player gets a grappleable spawn and the other doesn't. Ooh, but that missed grapple makes it 3-1 on this map and 3-0 overall. All right. Up next, we have Jack versus Derp. Just a second, I gotta get the losers bracket match called.
That's a good thing, because Derp needs some time as well.
All right. They're splitting the difference as well. And we're starting off with the resort. Are they going to go for the fast start?
They kind of
Both
just have
are,
to.
but Derp makes it. Well, Jack does not.
Jack does not win trade for an item there. Might be a massive mistake there.
This is one of the few spots where spawning in the back is actually better for you, because Derp was able to get into the top route much faster. Ooh, Jack just barely dodges the bottom of the screen on their way to swing up, but isn't able to dodge the edge of the screen here, bringing Derp to 2-0 on this map. Not sure where Jack lost all their speed there. Ooh, Jack does not quite manage to get onto the slope before Derp pulls too far ahead. And that makes it 1-0 in Derp's favor. Alright, where are we dropping, boys?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I guess Factory would be a good pick, but depends on how much Jack is confident on it.
Alright, we're heading over to Sky High. Attempting to use new matches to their advantage. Nasty tackle there.
Both players go for the good start. With
Good
the
shockwave.
item.
Wow, that's a lot of shockwaves. That's, I think, 3 in a row now. Derp's was far more effective than Jack's. A 4th shockwave in a row. And now we're finally getting new items. That was a nasty hook there as well. Ooh, just barely not dodging the lever, but Derp does not take advantage of it. That's a lethal bomb there. However, Derp is able to win trade out some boost. Unfortunately, they end up spawning in boost, so that doesn't even matter in the first place. That's a nasty ice. Fortunately for Jack, Derp runs into a bunch of crates, which gains a bunch of speed back. Well, relative speed back. Ooh, nasty crate attempt. Fortunately for Derp, it did not hit. And Derp also manages to dodge the slope crate. Nasty little crate attempt there. However, Derp appears to be quite adept at dodging those. Bomb gets used too late to actually affect Derp. Jack attempting to use the drill to catch up, and it works quite well. Ooh, and Derp does not have this map memorized and runs into a wall, losing all of their speed. And then Jack just spams boost in order to get a second point, which is fine to do because he spawns in boost as well. Derp has to run back a bit to collect the boost, which puts Jack instantly in the lead. Jack attempts to use a ball ahead of them because they misread the ping. Jack slowly catching back up to Derp. Derp deciding to run backwards and kill themselves, giving Jack the win on that map. It is now 1-1.
Hey, at least you managed to get a point out of Derp.
Alright, and we're heading over to Pitfall. Very good start there from Derp. Derp decides to go up and hit the area above Jack with the ice without hitting Jack themselves. Jack gets hit by a ball and then collects a boost in an attempt to do a bit of win trading. However, Derp is also able to collect some boost, which means it didn't really work out all that well. Derp taking advantage of the fact that you can slide on walls to dodge the hook. Oh, and Derp hits themselves with their own rock, and a bit of a pre-ball from Jack there that is going to do absolutely nothing because they don't spawn anywhere near it. Nasty crate there. If they had waited a little bit longer, it would have been even more nasty, however. And that's a second point for Derp. Just due to out-grappling. Very nasty rocket. Derp once again outrunning Jack, and yep, that crate seals it. Third point goes to Derp on that map, making it 2-1. It is now Jack's final map pick of the match, and where are we going?
I'd pick probably one of the newer maps. Maybe like... No, actually Citadel. I think Derp would be good on it.
And
Genetics
we're heading
is a
over
good
to
choice.
Genetics.
Like Genetics, Ocean Slide. Pretty easy map to get max speed. So mostly item plays.
Whoa, Jackrabbit barely makes it in through the air boost area before the window closes. Slowly catching back up. Forced to use the slower up. Oh, a missed grapple means that Jackrabbit does not make it into the air boost this time. However, now the gate here is open. Are they going to go for it? Yes, they are. Ooh, nasty rocket hits Derp, giving a point to Jack. Gate is still open, but do they have time to get in before? Yes, they do. The gate does not close on either of them. Both players just outrun the ball. However, Derp has to slow down slightly in order to dodge it at the turnaround section. However, they are able to just out-grapple a Jack and make all of that ground back, and they have once again retaken the lead. Ooh, bit of a missed grapple there from Jack. Kills a lot of speed, which results in Derp getting that second point. Derp has the biggest boost advantage possible, and Jack's item is a shockwave, which is not good to have when your boost has a boost advantage. And oh, a nasty ice from Derp there makes it 3-1 overall and on the map itself as well. Match over with a nasty item play. Up next, we have Ty versus Shiverance. Oh, okay. Ty is worst spam grappler currently. Yes, let me get this marked as started, and then... Uh-oh. Alright, losers bracket match called. What is... Chevrons, what is happening with you? Is it the same thing as last time? At least I think it was you that had that issue last time. Alright. It appears that that has been fixed now. Alright, and looks like they both won official random workshop and a city run. Looks like the worst spam grappler has out-grappled Shiverance. Very good padding there from Grappler. And that's a second point once again. Ooh, bit of a missed grapple there from Shiverance. Oh, and Shiverance doesn't get enough height and does make it onto the wall, making it so that Tai very rapidly got their 3 points on this map.
I'm gonna sleep after this. There wasn't enough spam grapples to kill Tai.
Don't forget, Shiverance, you still have loser's bracket. Shiverance taking the lead at the very start.
Although Tai has a ball which could be used either defensively or offensively depending on Shiverance's mistakes.
Such as that one there, which killed the last speed. An attempted offensive use, but Shiverance predicted it and stayed behind a little longer than optimal. Ooh, very good bomb there. Caused Shiverance to grapple backwards for a tiny bit before they recovered. Ooh, unfortunate grapple there from Shiverance, and that's a point for Tai. Ooh, nasty ball there from Shiverance. That's a point for them. Ooh, unfortunate head bonk there for Shiverance. That makes it 2-1 for Tai. Tai does have minor boost advantage here. However, they're going to have to keep some of that in order to deal with that shockwave there that was just used. Tai uses the bomb to recover and make sure that they are able to get up the quicker path. Ooh, unfortunate missed grapple there from Tai. That means that it is now 2-2. And then Shiverance cycles a crate for a crate. Ooh, unfortunate head bonk there. That's probably going to be it for this map. Yes, it is. All right, 2-0.
Lantern Festival?
So
Tai?
it would seem.
This is one of Dai's best pick, by the way.
Ooh, looks like Shiverance is confident they can beat Tai on one of their best maps. And there are 2 simultaneous balls, and that's a 3rd ball in a row. We've been getting a lot of sequential items today. Shiverance is able to make it down there before the screen comes, but not around the next turnaround. That's a 1-0. Shiverance does have boost advantage and a shockwave, and since Tai does not have anything, they cannot counter it, so Tai has to swing backwards to dodge it. But they aren't able to recover in time, giving Shiverance a point. It's now 1-1, with Shiverance having a minor boost advantage. Shiverance slows down to collect some boost, but they aren't able to capitalize on it. Tai decides to pull the lever instead of going for the faster route, forcing Shiverance to also take the slower route. Shiverance decides not to use their shockwaves to block the rockets and instead relying solely on their dodging skills, which pays off because that allows them to hit Shiverance with a shockwave, putting to hit Tai with a shockwave, putting Shiverance far enough ahead to get a point. And with that Invincible here, that's going to become a massive lead. Shiverance decides to collect full boost before opening up the lever for Tai. Ooh, bomb here could be lethal, and it is.
Yeah, Tai got distracted by the by the bomb, and also Shiverance actually went the perfect moment because Dai accidentally jumped above the gate.
All right, and Tai decides that they aren't going to let that stand and will try to do a repeat, except this time with them winning.
Fair enough.
And it is entirely allowed. Ooh, nasty ice attempt. Unfortunately for Tai, that did not hit. And Shiverance once again has a bomb here, but they have to use it to get inside instead of blocking Tai from getting in. Shiverance is going much faster through this section this time. However, a shockwave would have allowed Tai to recover, but Tai messes up the transition through the laser hole, which means that Shiverance gets that first point on this map once again. And Shiverance gets a much better path into the air boost because Tai did a bit of screwing around there. Not sure exactly why that happened. Now we have, once again, 3 balls in a row. Ooh, very good bomb attempt. Tai has a lot of ground to make up, but trying to get into the boost area does not pay off. However, Tai does have full boost now. Ooh, nasty head bonk there from Shiverance.
Dai very confident he's gonna come back from this situation. I respect it.
This is gonna have to be a reverse sweep.
Yeah. However, if
very close ice there.
If Dai loses this round, they cannot pick Lantern again.
Correct.
What? That was some crazy ping difference there.
Yeah.
And Dai takes this point.
2-2 with Tai having a massive boost advantage.
Yeah, I saw that, Shiv. That was really weird. Alright, Bolt there. It's gonna be a bit slow to give some impact.
Ooh, very good use of the hook there to take out that crate.
He still ate the crate though. I think on his screen the golden hook went above.
Maybe.
But that was a nice try.
Oh, that's a lethal rocket.
Very good.
And that reverse sweep ended up coming true. That makes the overall match 3-1. Up next, we have Taylor versus Middo.
Dai and Shiverance should do a set on Lantern Festival only just to see who really owns the map. Like, maybe not this tournament, but later, if they have the time to.
Hilarious.
That is perfect. Man, gotta love finding someone that's just like loves the map as much as you, so you can play the map over and over again and never get tired. A black box.
Alright, looks like Mido wants to go with a random workshop.
I forgot. Did Gert change the black box skin to not be the flashbang every time you double jump?
I have no idea. Ah, Taylor's music broke.
Oh man. Alright, 50-50.
Yep. As usual.
I just noticed, Mido, I'm singing from myself, best music. Win loser bracket.
Not supposed to do that.
Loser bracket, Jack won 3-0 against Metzger.
Lab! The best map in the entire game!
Neato.
Ooh, very narrow hit there.
Alright, cycling the item. Mido loses his booster cola thanks to that rocket. However, he has an ice to prevent the swing up for Taylor, which lands him even a kill.
Yeah, however, Taylor does have that 15% acceleration bonus. Taylor goes bottom route to help dodge Mido. Bomb to do to delay Mido just long enough to get a point. Taylor sitting here with a 19% acceleration bonus. Ooh, nasty ice. And that gives Mido a massive boost advantage as well. Let's see if Taylor can use their booster coke advantage. No, they cannot. Mido takes the point. Alright, we're heading over to Lantern Festival.
Yeah, a lot of people have been falling in love with this map more and more.
Yep.
Really happy to see that newer maps can start to be beloved by the community.
Yeah, I believe that in the current data from the survey, it is, I think, top 15.
Damn.
So definitely up there. Ooh, unfortunate early grapple release from Taylor. Taylor just barely able to survive there, using the bomb to boost him just a tiny bit. Ice here could be lethal if used right. Wow, that's a lot more of a ping difference than I thought there was. That ice hits, resulting in a point for Taylor. I thought for sure that ice was going to be a massive miss. Very good crate dodge there from Taylor, just swinging up in a completely different spot to avoid it. That one was not avoided, however, which results in a third point for Mido. 2-0 overall. All right, heading over to Zoo. Ooh. Mido not able to get the massive speed boost that Taylor was. Taylor now having a bomb, which could be very helpful here. Ooh, Taylor does a bit of a head bomb, giving Mido a massive lead. Taylor attempts to use the bomb and boost to catch up, but that's just a point for Mido. Taylor misses the grapple, but that's fine because they were able to use the slope as a grapple. Shockwave here from on both Mido and Taylor. Shockwave does not do crap. Taylor keeps theirs until just now, cycling it out for an ice. Meanwhile, Mido has a ball. Ball gets used slightly too early. Very nice ice there from Taylor. That's going to be a point here. Practically guaranteed. Or not. Not sure how Mido was able to survive that. But here's that point. Taylor now has minor boost disadvantage compared to Mido. And Mido does have that crate as well. Crate does not end up hitting Taylor. Ooh, unfortunate grapple there from Taylor. Hit it slightly too early, which meant they rammed into the wall. Not for that, they might have survived for a bit longer. That's a lethal ice there. And that's a third point for Mido and a third map as well. Up next, we will have Wim versus Dirt after I get the losers matches called. All right. Win and where's Derp? There's Derp. All right, they're splitting the difference. All right, and it's Ocean Slide.
Bomb there blocks the way.
However, Wim did end up taking a different route, so it didn't really matter all that much.
It does give Derp a massive
unfortunate wall hit there. Good shockwave. Ooh. Wim almost manages to pull through that corner before the screen goes too far up, but that is a second point for Derp. Uh-oh. Ooh, unfortunate ball there for Wim. That's probably going to be another point after this section. Ooh, but that ice is resulting in a very good opportunity for recovery if Wim can just take advantage of it. Wim took advantage of that ice. Oh, a missed grapple there from Derp might seal their fate. And yes, it does. Wim is able to prevent this from being a total sweep. Ah, a tackle, not a missed grapple. And that's a very, very distant spawn. Over half the map, in fact. That's what happens when players just don't touch the ground. Wim uses the bomb to give themselves a bit of a boost at the very start. Wim lost a little bit of speed there due to a slightly early grapple. Wim now recovering the distance. Ooh. Attempted ball block with another ball, but both balls were just, they missed and were able to dodge it normally. Ooh, bit of a missed grapple there from Wim. Grappling into the wall instead of over. And that's a point for Derp.
Wim did not even use his drill.
Yep, not a very good opportunity ever.
After the swing up, like just before the boost, I think he could have used his drill instead of using some boost. Because he ran out, so he probably could have gotten a bit more speed out of it.
Probably. All right, and Wim is bringing us over to the Citadel. Oh! Wim attempts to swing up quickly to get a lead advantage, but they swing slightly too high up and nick the edge of a spike. Wim goes same route again, this time going a bit lower, but they go too low and end up missing the skip. Wim keeping a bomb, using it. Unfortunately, Derp goes high, which means the bomb misses guaranteed. So Wim cycles it out to grab a box. Box does not hit, it gets blocked by ball. Wim goes too high up to avoid the ball there because of the slope there. And the ball is still live because this is a Benson map. Wim decides to give up on the point because they were too far behind. Second map also goes to Derp. And now it is Wim's last map pick. What's this map? Ooh, looks like Ty is working on a map.
It looks like Derp messed up the beginning.
And looks like Wim messed up that transition there. So Derp is able to catch most of the way back up. Then takes a weird route for unknown reasons. Wim messes up a bunch of grapples, losing all their speed. Ooh, unfortunate head bonk there for Wim. Ooh, good ice dodge. And Derp tries to cut the turnaround too close, as does Wim later. Wim manages to collect full boost after guaranteeing that they would get the point. And this is not a Benson map, so that ball is already out of play. And ice hits, causing a lot of speed loss for Wim, but not quite enough to kill. Wim decides to not bother collecting the air boost, which is correct in this case because it gets him in the lead with a bomb, which means that Wim gets that second point. It's now 2-0 on this map. Basically the same boost quantities for both players, except Derp does have that rocket. I think there might have been a tackle there because Wim just lost a bunch of speed suddenly. And Wim decides to do a bit of win trading. Slightly fuller boost bar means that they do have a slight advantage here. Unfortunately, Derp just outplays, which means that the entire win trade is not working out. However, Wim does have room for it because of the point gap, but not anymore because that's going to be another point for Wim. I mean, not Wim, Derp. Wim has negligible boost advantage. Ooh, rocket here could be lethal if used in the right spot. Ooh, unfortunate slope miss there. Not sure why Wim ran around there. Ooh, Wim is forced to miss the ceiling slope due to a crate placed last round. Oh, unfortunate luck with where that rocket spawned. And that's a point for Derp, making it 3-0 for the overall match. All right, and those have been started. Up next, we have Ty versus Middo. All right, where are we dropping? All right, both players want random workshop. Oop. And we're going to Texas Run'em. Ooh, missed grapple there from Ty into a grapple into the wall. That gives Middo the lead. However, it isn't quite enough for Ty to be taken out just yet. And a missed grapple from Middo means that Ty once again takes back the lead. And an entire point as well. Ty does have a minor boost disadvantage here, but that is partially countered by the fact that they have a shockwave, which Middo needs to keep some boost in reserve to block. Ooh, good box attempt there. Looks like a bit of a desync between us, but Middo did not hit it. Both players go bottom route through there. Both players make it through the lucky swing, with Ty hit getting a much smoother swing through it, which gives them a massive lead. Middo just barely sticking in there. But that rocket kills Middo. It is now 2-0 for Ty. Middo messed up a couple grapples there, which gives... Ty messed up a couple grapples there, which gives Middo a point. Ooh, very good ball there from Ty. That might be a point coming up here. Yes, it is. And that's first point going to Ty. All right, and we're heading over to Dash the Night. Both players having bombs. Middo takes first point with a pretty big boost advantage as well. Ty swings backward to dodge the crate, but it results in them being far enough behind for Middo to kill them just due to the vertical section coming up. Bit of missed grapples there from Ty as well. Ooh, very good ice dodge there. Having to switch from dodging under to dodging over is quite tough. Ty once again in a bad position on this part of the map. However, they are able to make it through. Ooh, very, very close ball dodge. Ty slowly catching back up to Mido. Ooh, but that bomb is probably enough to seal it. Yep, there we go. And it is now 1-1. However, now it's Ty's turn to pick the map. And we're heading over to Lantern Festival. Very quick first point for Ty. Mido tries to use an ice to get a point off, but instead they are the one that gets ice instead. Not the worst spot to get iced due to the slopes there, but they are still far behind. Ty accidentally loses a lot of their speed. Good use of the ice there to block, good use of the invincible drill there to block the ice, and then Mido doesn't quite manage to get through the laser hole before the laser gets into their face. It's now 2-0 on this map, which puts Mido in a very bad position because they cannot afford any win trades whatsoever. But that's a very good ball there. Point goes to Mido. It's now 2-1. Mido's going to have to pull off the reverse sweep on this map to make it work, which is a bit difficult seeing as Ty pulled off one of those earlier for this tournament on this very map as well. And Ty was quite far behind, but has managed to completely recover and then take the lead. Very good recovery from that rocket there. Mido is unfortunately over on this map. It's now 2-1. It's Mido's map pick. It's their final pick of this match. And we're heading over to the Metro. Let's see what Ty can do. Ty does have that initial positional advantage, and then an instant tackle on Mido. Very good ice dodge there. Shockwave does nothing because Ty just boosts through it. Very good tackle there. Ooh. Ty tries to go back to do a bit of win trading with the boost. Ooh, bit of a missed slope drop there, but uh-oh, not a good position for Mido to be in. They decide to do a win trade. This is a very good spot for win trades because with the massive boost advantage on this specific spot, especially with that shockwave, it was an almost guaranteed point. Ooh, Ty goes bottom route but has to jump in order to angle the grapple correctly, which kills all the speed advantage from doing so. Mido does still have a boost advantage and a shockwave. However, Ty is about to collect some boost here. Unfortunately for them, Mido is able to pull off the shockwave before they reach the boost. Ooh, and just a slightly too low swing from Ty results in the map being 3-0, and 3-1, and it is now 2-2. It's the final map of the match, and Ty gets to pick where they're going. And we're heading over to Sky High. And it looks like Minnow is forfeiting the match because they do not want to play Sky High. All right. That means up next we have a Derp versus Ty. Get back in here. This will be first to five, however, I do have to call the losers bracket matches first. All right. All right. And really quickly before the match starts, I'm going to do another ad break and also take a quick bathroom break. All right, welcome back, everybody. Quick reminder for everybody, this is first to 5. Splitting the difference as usual. And we're going to Coastline. Ooh, unfortunate head bonk there for Ty. Nasty rocket attempt. Ooh, unfortunate grapple into the wall there for Ty. Slightly better swing up there from Derp. Oh, and a nasty rocket from Derp seals the second point. Alright, and Derp rapidly takes the first map of this match. Alright, and it looks like we're going to be heading over... Oh, I forgot to start the match. Start.gg. Alright, we're heading over to Minery. Ooh, nasty tackle there from Derp. And that gets them that first point. Ooh, very good ice attempt. Not sure where exactly Ty managed to kill off all their speed there, however. Didn't look like they grappled backwards or anything. Nasty rocket attempt there from Ty earlier. Derp has successfully taken back the lead from Ty with a nasty rocket that almost kills Ty, but Ty is able to just barely dodge it. Ooh, unfortunate there. Ty messes up the grapple swinging, and that's a second point for Derp. Good shockwave attempt there from Ty. And Ty is able to out-grapple Derp enough to get a point. Now they spawn back where they spawned the last time as well. Sole difference being who spawns in what position. Nasty rocket attempt there once again. Ooh, that's a lethal ball. It's now 2-0. And we're heading over to Snowed In. Alright, just finished handling over the losers bracket matches. And looks like Derp got a rapid 2 points off on Ty. Nasty bomb there from Ty gives them a chance to try to get a point. A bit of lag there. But we can mostly tell what route they went for. Ooh, nasty self-hit with that rocket there. Cycling out that ball for a box. And then getting hit by the bomb. Ooh, very good drop there. Ooh, if that ice had been used slightly earlier, that would have been very good for Ty, but unfortunately it does not hit. Hook gets cycled out for a hook, gets cycled out for an ice. Ooh, unfortunate launch miss, and that gives Derp that 3rd point. It's now 3-0. Alright, we're heading over to Disco Lounge. Ty having a much better luck on this map than they usually do. Unfortunately, they are forced to take a slightly suboptimal route, giving Derp back the lead. Ooh. Nasty ball. Just barely dodged, I believe. Very good movement from both players. Ooh. Ty is unable to get around fast enough, giving Derp that 2nd point. Ty is in a very bad position here. Bomb gets used slightly too early, and then they run straight into a shockwave, which gives Derp that 3rd and final point of the map. It's now 4-0. Alright, we're heading over to Clubhouse. instant shockwave does nothing due to boost. Ooh, very, very good drop there. Almost kills Derp, but Derp is able to just barely stay alive. Bit of ping there from Ty. Ooh, missed grapple there on the transition from Ty. Ooh, and an attempt to go collect an item before the end is not successful. Oh, this could be a good opportunity unless that happens. Ty grapples up straight into the ceiling once again. Oh, unfortunate. However, Ty is able to recover before dying. Good rocket attempt there. Unfortunately, it does not hit. Ball also does not hit. However, it didn't need to because the threat forced Derp onto a higher and slightly slower route, which meant that Ty was able to get a point off. However, Derp did have a massive boost advantage there, so they are in the lead. Ooh, and that slightly better route from Derp once again causes Ty to be far behind. However, they lost a bunch of speed elsewhere while I was watching Ty, so I can't tell you exactly what happened. And Ty takes the lead through getting the fastest route through there. Ooh, Ty hits boxes, loses a ton of speed. It's now 2-1. Ty cannot afford another point loss on this map. Ooh, nasty box there from last round. Shockwave does basically nothing. Ooh, nasty box from previous round once again. Ty's just running into them all the time now. Bit of an early box placement. If it had been placed on the slope there, that would have probably killed Derp. Bit of a messed up grapple there causes Ty to not be able to get the fast route. Here's a nasty rocket coming. Is it going to hit? It is not. Ooh, good bomb attempt. Unfortunately, it is too early, or too late. Probably too early, though. Ooh, good use of boost by Derp to block that shockwave with very little warning. Ty makes it into the section, and a very good hook from Derp prevents Derp from getting iced. We're about to enter sudden death for the first time of the tournament. Or not. Ty takes the point. Derp now has a bit of a boost advantage and the item advantage as well. Ooh, that rocket might have ended things there if it had ended up hitting, but it does not, so we are still going. Good use of the Invincible there for recovery. Oh, that's a nasty box, making it so that it's 4-1, preventing a total sweep of this match by Derp. Unfortunately, that for Ty, that does mean that it is now Derp's turn to pick the map. And Pitfall. Derp off to an early lead. And that's first point for Derp. Nasty ball from Derp gives them a second point. And that's one lap completed. That is way far behind, but slowly catching back up. Ooh, attempted golden hook does not succeed, and that makes it 5-1. All right. Up next, we have Wim versus Middo. All right. All right, both players want random workshop. A very good start here from Wim. And Middo decides to go for a win trade here. Wim just barely catches onto the very tail end of that shockwave. And this time, Wim going for a win trade. Good shockwave attempt there from Wim. Oh, that was a nasty rocket! 2-0 for Wim. I mean, 2-1 for Wim. With Wim having a tiny boost advantage. However, Middo does have a much better route through the bottom there, and with that nasty ball, that's a point for them. Now, Middo has the boost advantage and item advantage. Ooh, unfortunate transition there from Wim. However, it does mean that they are far enough behind that the ice isn't even a threat to them. Wim just barely managed to get hit by the ice. Fortunately, they don't get screwed over too majorly by it. However, it's still enough for Minnow to take that first map. All right, we're heading over to the Citadel. Quick reminder that one and only one of these players is going to be able to get into King of Speed based off of this tournament. In fact, it is entirely possible that neither of them do, depending on the results of the next match as well. First point goes to Wim. Second point also goes to Wim, thanks to Minnow tried to recover by going the fast route, but they managed to hit a box, which unfortunately left them dead. Oh, very, very good rocket there. Wim decided to kill themselves before Minnow could reach the boost. Oh, Wim just barely doesn't make it into the top route. That's 2-2, however, Wim has a massive boost advantage and a shockwave. Minnow boosts through that shockwave. Wim drops a crate directly onto Minnow's face, which results in a point for Wim. 1-1. All right, we're heading over to the theme park. Ooh, very good golden hook there from Minnow. And Wim decides to just tank the ice, which was honestly a mistake. However, they didn't really have any option besides that anyways, so oh well. Wim is not quite able to get into the air before the camera comes and kills. Ooh, looks like Wim was attempting to go for the skip, but it doesn't quite pay off. And then Minnow hits themselves with their own rocket. Both players go for the fastest route through there. However, Minnow does slightly better. Very threatening ice here. Wim forced into bottom route. Wim goes for the skip and makes it.
Oh, does it work?
All right, and now Ecluvost is back and his mic is working once again.
Hey!
Ooh, very good ice dodge there. That's going to be a second point for Wim. 2-2. Is Wim going to make a comeback here? Wim goes for the skip again, and it works again!
It's a pretty difficult skip to hit, so it's debatable because it's actually kind of difficult to do it, and if you fail, you pretty much lose.
We'll think about banning it, but for now, it is fully legal. It's just like the library one, which is also legal.
No, not really, because the library one has very strict checkpoints.
I mean, with what it looked like there, it was very close to killing Wim instead.
It always looks like that on Theme Park. But it actually never kills if you do it properly.
Like I said, we'll think about banning it.
Unless actually they go the long way rounding instead of the boost path. But it depends. We'll think about it, yeah. Very good ice spot. Slightly slower, but guarantees the ice hit. Rocket there forces Wim away from the ceiling slope. Oh, but a mistake from Mido that accidentally slope surfed. Slope jumped, I forgot the name of the strat. Alright, Wim goes for the long drop. Wim decides to keep his ball. He's confident he's gonna hit it soon. Or he wants to keep it for defensive purposes. Does not use it for defensive purposes. If I remember correctly, Wim has very good movement, but just but he's learning on item plays still. Because he is someone that really doesn't like items much.
Unfortunate box hit there. And Wim is not able to recover through the opened up gate. 2-1.
Wim goes for an RG, does not.
Very good crate there.
Yeah,
because
he slowed down because of the RG. The box was actually perfect spot. And because he pulled it out of an item box, Mido could not dodge this one.
Ooh, nasty bomb.
Yep.
That brings the overall match to 2-2. Alright, we're heading over to Disco Lounge.
Win does not vote for Sky High for a free win.
Well, that's because it's banned.
Oh, it's banned. That's right. There's map bans.
It's the same reason why Lantern is banned, and so is Factory. However, Metro, Clubhouse, and SS Royale are all also banned.
Mido, okay. I was gonna say Mido's shock not gonna be very useful there, but apparently he was close enough to put it behind the wall to block the grapple. Ooh, Wim makes a mistake, goes the wrong way. Alright, Wim goes the long way to get some boost but no item. However, Mido gets a golden hook there, which does not look like a good item, but it's still more than Wim.
Not anymore, because Wim now has that rocket, which is also not particularly useful when you're this far behind.
Might have decided to cycle his golden hook, which is a good decision. Both players slow down a bit to get an item.
Nasty box drop. 2-1.
Yeah, very clean box. This is so far. Both players have boosts, so Shockwave should not be as effective. Wim has enough speed to take the top route and go for an item. Very good ice to block, to completely remove Mido's speed by forcing him to stay on the wall. Wim misses his grapple, losing some speed, but keeps his lead nonetheless. Very good golden grapple there. Almost blocked Wim's potential to follow up.
He were almost. Oh, and then a missed grapple from Mido makes it 2-2, with Wim having slight disadvantage due to boost quantities. Nasty spot for a crate. However, Wim is able to recover, and Mido hits something. I was watching Wim at that point, so I didn't see what exactly happened. But that gives Wim back the lead. Ooh, unfortunate golden hook there.
What is he gonna do? No balls, so pretty free spot.
Uh-oh. Oh, and Wim runs into the crate they placed a round or two ago. However, they do still keep their lead with a massive boost advantage as well. And there we go. 3-2.
No, it's not GG yet.
It's not over yet. Oh, I did not mean to hit that.
You wanted factory, I know that.
I tried typing in chat, but I forgot that enter selects once you have left the lobby. I mean, once you have left the map. Where are we dropping? All right, we're heading over to Dash the Night.
Mido goes for the item route, which is not that bad. Unfortunately, he does not get a very useful item.
Ooh, nasty ball there from Wim.
However, it puts Wim in a very awkward spot. Because Mido, yeah, has some boost to take a big advantage. Might be able to cam here. No, barely not. But he gets a ball, which is not very effective from this far. Tried to use it maybe in the wall, but...
Hook gets cycled out.
Not managed to. Here, no one goes for an item because it's just way too slow. Mido gets an item, gets a ball. Ooh, because Wim made a small mistake there.
Oh, nasty ball there. That's a point for Mido. Wim does
Almost
have minor boost advantage and a bomb, however. And with that front spawn, that means it's quite possible that Mido gets the opportunity to drop a bomb in Mido's face.
Oh no. Fortunately, ping rating did not work there. Box there.
Crate
on the
right
floor?
out the wall. And right out
I was
the
expecting
air.
it to be either on the swing up or the slope on the ground, but that works as well.
Ooh, a bit of a missed time there. Mido decides to go the bottom route there.
Wim was tapping his way back.
Oh, that was not a very good hook.
Probably jumped slightly too early and actually swapped his place with Wim instead of making him lose his speed.
Unfortunate. Box was just slightly too early there. If it had been dropped inside of the box 2, that would have been much better. Wim now getting that second point and boost advantage. And Mido complaining about Gert.
Yeah, items were not great for Mido.
2-2.
Item rolls were not great for Mido this round. Let's see if that changes now.
Potentially lethal ball spot over here.
Oh yeah. This one is pretty much, yeah, undodgeable.
And there we go. Yet another map win for Wim. It is currently 4-2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mido's final map pick of the match. And we're heading over to Ocean Slide.
Wim wins when Wim wants, says that derp.
Ooh, good crate dodge.
Wim's shockwave gonna be effective to protect himself.
Very good use.
Very good dodge, staying up there.
Ooh, that's a nasty rocket.
Yeah, very good, very good follow-up.
Ooh. Wim gains enough of a lead to is not able to take advantage of the bomb. However, that rocket is very helpful.
Extremely
Wim
unlucky
got revenge for the one earlier. Oh, okay. Bit of a desync on where the players were. Ooh, that's not good for Wim. Wim recovering after... Oh, never mind! Wim rams straight into the side of a wall, giving Mido a second point on the map. Fortunately for Wim, they do have the room to give up 2 entire maps before they start... before it's game over for them.
Wim does not cycle his ball.
Wim once again rams into the side of a wall, resulting in it being 4-3. It's Wim's pick.
Maida has to survive 2 Wim pick.
Yep. You never want to be in that position. All right.
Dragon City, okay.
Dragon City.
Bad. One of the most beloved maps, I think, as well.
It's around the middle.
Oh, okay.
I think it barely got brought back. I'd have to look at the stats to make sure, though.
Hmm. Ooh, almost hit that ball.
I do know that before the votes are on the survey are verified to be actual people and not bots, that I do know that it does currently have a positive score, however.
Yeah, I was just watching Wim's movement to dodge every Mido's items. Damn, he's playing just out of his mind right now. Just still
nasty ice.
Very good ice. Allows him to take the lead. However, he has to blind run through the map now. and barely goes between the gates. Mido is just too slow, on this other section.
Mido once again complaining about item drops. Mido makes it, not Mido, Wim makes it through the extra section there and uses the bomb to boost Mido down a bit, which results in a second point for Wim, with Wim having minor boost advantage partially negated by the boost spawn.
Okay,
Mido makes sure that this isn't a complete sweep on this map. And the boost spawn negates most of Mido's boost advantage, which was negligible in the first place.
Alright, they go for the item route. Wim misses the item, unfortunately.
However, they are able to dodge Mido's use of the item. A tackle attempt there. I don't believe that hit. Because Wim didn't really seem to lose any speed. Wim attempted to grapple through the gate section, but the gates closed on the grapple, preventing him from going through. Both Wim and Mido make it through the fast section.
Mido misses the rich grapple, however. So far, if Wim manages to get something like a ball or a bomb...
Uh-oh. And the ball gets used too early. But it wasn't even necessary. Wim pulls it off.
5-3.
Oop. All right, up next we have Ty versus Wim, fighting for who gets at least second. Oh. All right, but before that, it's a time for another set of ads. All right, while we're doing the ads, we will get those map bans in. All right, Lantern is gone. So is SS Royale. Wim wants the opportunity to look at the maps real quick.
Minery. Okay, minery ban. Interesting. Did they ban Lantern Festival? I didn't see.
Lantern was the very first man. Then was SS Royale. Then Minery, and then we don't know yet. Zoo. Taylor would be very mad about that.
I don't know. I feel like Zoo is just the random map that you ban when you don't know what to ban.
Unless you're Taylor, in which case you'd never ban it because that's one of your best maps.
Remember to go to the menu, yeah.
Looks like Win banned Club V. Alright, and then the final map ban is Granary.
Okay. So surfing the Oasis is still on play.
Yep.
I think you got ready yourselves, Idrisil.
Yeah, I was just waiting a bit so that we could get through the ads.
Oh, true.
I think they should be ending in like a minute or so. All right, close enough. And according to Vitalas, Wim is a big casino player. Exactly one of these players is making it into King of Speed through this. Alright, looks like they're both going for Random Workshop. And it's Club B, which was one of the maps that got banned by Wim. Extremely unlucky start for Wim then. Quick reminder that yes, this being selected by random is fully allowed.
Oh, Club V was banned? I didn't notice.
Yep, Club V got banned, and it was also the first randomly selected map.
Hey, that's really unlucky, okay.
Yep. Nothing you can do about that bad luck. Wim
he had to pay for the item RNG he got against Mido.
Yeah. Sometimes you are lucky, sometimes you are not.
Ooh, gainer
Very
to
good
catch
hook.
up with Die, yeah. Very well played.
When sticking with their bomb.
Die not cycling his item.
Ooh, nasty. And that's a point for Wim. Not going to be a total sweep on this map.
Doesn't cycle his rocket again. I mean, he was close to the ceiling, so he wasn't able to actually.
Alright, we're heading over to Swift Peaks.
Okay. Wait, actually, did Wim play Casino against Mido?
I don't remember. I think he might have.
Then Vitalist must have lied.
Actually, yeah, I do remember seeing a casino play at some point.
Oh no!
Unfortunate spike hit.
Yeah, misses the spike hit. Misses the grapple because Die died and the Wim grappled too soon.
Unfortunate. That means that entire point is entirely negated. Ooh, head bonk there from Wim. Ooh, good rocket. However, Win is still able to survive while getting full boost. Bottom route for Wim, not trying to get through the top. Ooh, unfortunate grapple into the wall there.
Has to use a lot of boost to come back from this one.
Yeah, and that's directly into the ball. And Ty manages to make a comeback, and it is now 1-0.
Yeah, he had to predict the shockwave for the ball, and he just lost the 50-50.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
Again!
No way!
Oh, no!
They just love this map. They want to play it again.
Yep. I mean, technically that would be illegal for whoever ends up losing it. Oh, unfortunate grapple there. And that's a point for Ty once again. If not for that most recent screw up with the spikes, that would have been game over. I don't recall who ended up screwing up on the spikes first, however.
Very first was Wim.
So yeah, if not for Ty screwing up that second time, we would be done on this map. Good shock attempt. Both players managed to get into the air boost section. Ooh, and there's a point for Wim.
Yeah, Wim managed to keep the speed. Here they should be pretty even. Just that Wim has to slow down more for an item. He even
head jump.
Wim actually greeted for the first item, and he had to slide on the if I can speak, he had to slide on the wall on the floor a little more, and lost a ton of speed because of that. If he predicted that I was gonna go for the first item, he probably could have gotten a lot more speed.
All right, New Age City.
Alright, Wim going for the world record strat, completely ignoring items. Manages to get a box, but does not hit die on the swing up. Wim in a pickle right now. Die correctly playing and going really high up to to camp kill Wim.
Ooh, Wim quickly cancels their route after seeing that the ice was started.
Yeah, very good reaction.
Very good bomb.
Wim forced to
Wim
trade
trade
for an item. A Wim trade.
Wim going mildly insane due to the items that Ty is getting.
Wim misses the item box. Alright, let's see. What's Dai's item's gonna be? Okay, a shockwave. Against an ice there. Actually, no, never mind. Yeah, shockwave there is actually insanely strong.
Ty just barely makes it through there. Very good swing down there. Unfortunately, they do not position themselves very well for the turnaround on that section, giving Wim back the lead. However, a very good transition here gives Ty back the lead once more, and that's a point for Ty. That brings it to 3-0. That means we got 2 more map picks from Wim. Wim is blaming their loss on the alcohol.
Didn't you hear that alcohol and cigarettes apparently make you makes you better at fucking speedrunners?
All right, and we're heading over to Sky High. Was that one of the ones that was banned? It was not. It was last time that was banned.
With the ice there, however, on the swing up.
Oh, nasty ice!
Extremely brutal
First
because
point goes
Dai
to
messed
Wim.
up his grapple. Sorry, what was that?
What?
I thought you said something.
I did, but I forgot what I said.
Yeah, we speedrunning, losing our mind.
Yep. Only thing I got room for in my memory is routes. Oh, that's a nasty ice once more. Second point for Wim.
Damn. Okay, Wim is going crazy with his ices on Sky High. Hold on, his next item is gonna be a box, okay? Hold on. But next item, I believe, is gonna be an ice.
Let's see if you're right. Or if there
how
even is
item
going to be
rolls.
a next item.
Oh, the tackle!
Oh, is this going to be a point for... No, it is not quite going to be a point for Ty, but that bomb is very nice. And point for Ty. And that bomb is probably going to get cycled as soon as they are able to, because there is no shot they're willing to wait an entire lap to use it. And... Ooh.
Oh, that bomb was crazy.
I am 99% sure that did not actually hit. Ooh, Wim takes advantage of the opened route, but they are slowed down by Ty's bomb. Ooh, good shock. However, Ty is able to use the air boost to recover a bit. Oh, but a messed up slope transition there results in Wim getting that third point, making it 3-1. However, it is now Ty's turn to pick a map for the first time this match, which is not a good position to be in when you're 2 points from winning. 2 points from losing. Well, it's not a good position for Wim to be in, is what I'm saying. Where are we dropping? Alright, we're heading over to Snowed In.
Okay. I like this pick. Oh, wall there.
Screws up a grapple, loses a lot of ground, and gets a point to Ty.
Wastes a lot of boost as well, trying to come back.
Shockwave doesn't really do anything because they were already gone by the time it goes into effect.
The ice gonna
Ty
be
forced into bottom route. Good crit attempt. It does not hit, however. Wim decides to do a bit of slope jumping. However, that isn't enough to prevent Ty from getting that second point. This might be a sweep here.
That box.
Maybe, maybe not. Depends on if they get around to it again. Nasty space for a rocket. However, Ty was way too high up in order to properly use it.
Yeah.
That's a lethal ice.
Ice there. Yeah.
Red alone killed.
Very
and that's
lucky.
game. Well, not game yet. That's that map done. Alright, that's 4-1. Potentially final map of this match. And where does Wim send us? To the Abyss.
Well, alright. A very, very technical map, so I wouldn't be surprised if Wim wins this one. However, there is a lot of possible item plays as well, so there is a chance that Die Gamer still manages to take the lead.
Ooh, unfortunate grapple miss there from Ty.
Both players got a bomb. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. Bomb's gonna be used, but unfortunately Wim is already past that point. Ice there gonna be kept probably for later when it drops down.
Ooh, nasty ice.
Good spot. I didn't realize this was a possible.
Ty has to, Wim has to go backwards in order to dodge the ball for a tiny bit.
The ice there forces Wim to take the boost route. Very good box there. Wow.
And that's probably going to be another point for Wim here very soon.
surgical
go.
box is even.
Ty
If
is
Ty
able
gets
to
a
grab
nice,
an ice
however.
before the end. And that's a very rapid point for Ty. Not sure what exactly stopped Wim, because I was watching Ty mostly there.
He hit the wall just
Did you
like
like that? Oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Wim, for repeating your mistake.
So that
just
we can see what
can-
happened.
Yeah.
Very, very bad position for Wim to be in now. Or not.
Nah.
Never mind. Wim
Nah.
is able to recover. It is now 4-2.
Yeah. Everyone hit their head there. What's happening? Everyone's drunk.
Alright, now, Wim needs to beat Ty on 3 of their picks in a row.
I
Can
believe
Wim
Wim's
do it?
got this.
Ty sends us to Clubhouse. Was that one banned? It was not. It was last round that it was banned. Or wait, no. Yeah, it was banned last round. Honestly, Wim shouldn't be all that worried about losing this match because if I recall correctly, they are currently #1 in the ladder of the people that don't already have a seed. So they would have to, and seeing as they are fighting for top 3 at this point, well, they are guaranteed top 3 at this point, fighting for top 2. I think they're practically guaranteed to make it in because nobody's going to be getting any more points than they are that can qualify for a ladder seed. And first point on this map goes to Wim. Wim sending off a rocket just before the round ends, and it ends up hitting a wall. Ty slowly extending their lead up until they get hit by an ice, giving Wim a massive lead and a point.
Very lucky and good ice spot. Yeah.
Rocket goes after Wim, does not hit.
Can't really do anything about it. Good rocket for Wim there to prevent Dive for taking the ceiling slope.
Ooh, double hit with that rocket there.
Good speed reset, honestly.
Ty once again pulling ahead on this section, and Wim once again making a comeback on the section right after. However, this time they aren't able to pull back far enough to prevent Ty from getting the point there. Will we have a reverse sweep on this map? Remains to be seen. Ball gets cycled out for a crate.
Ooh, things did not go very well
2-2.
for Wim.
Wim has item and boost advantage, however.
It's not take the skip.
Very good recovery.
Decent ice to block.
Ooh, very good shockwave there.
Going up there.
That might
I think
be
this
it.
is point for Wim.
Yes, it is. That's not recoverable at this point. All right. 4-3. Repicking Clubhouse would be legal. Or they could move on to a different map. All right, City Run R2.
Very item heavy map, so.
And Wim gets the good spawn.
Ooh, a bit too quick on the ice ball there, I think.
Uh-oh.
But
Very good ball dodge there, but a tackle was able to prevent Wim from taking back the lead. Wim takes the
ball
slower
there.
air boost.
Gonna block the... Oh, actually, no, never mind. Gate was not open.
Very good attempt with the ball there. Does not quite work out, however. And instant crate right over there.
Win tried to counter the box with his shockwave, but unfortunately a bit too late.
Pre-rocket in existence, but it hits the wall.
Oh, Win did not ball right after the boost
Ooh,
section.
nasty ball. It's because they were saving it for there, which appears to have been a great decision. Win now with boost advantage and evening out the score. Bit of an RG there. And Ty going for a win trade.
Boost tapping for Wim.
Ooh,
very good. Allows him to save
not
a
good position for Ty. That's a victory on that map for Wim, bringing it to 4-4. Ty has just lost all of their margin for error. The sole advantage they hold now is the fact that they do still get to pick this last map.
Yeah, I think the good part of the alcohol is hitting Wim right now.
So it would seem. Sky High. Did that one get banned? No. And I don't think it got played either.
It was Lantern Festival.
Alright, let's head over. Ooh, that's a lethal ice.
Very good. Very good passing for Die.
Ecluvost, you've been continuing your tracking of the different map picks, right?
Of course, no.
Okay.
I should have.
Oh well.
I mean, this is 4-4, right?
Yep. And Wim has now lost all of their margin for error. If they lose another point, they are getting third in this tournament.
However, it's looking very good for Die Gamer so far.
Ty does not take the faster route.
Yeah, he wants to prove to Wim that it's his map, that he doesn't even need the fastest path to actually catch him up.
And it appears that Ty is correct because most of the ground has been regained. Item gets thrown out. Good shock attempt. Unfortunately for Wim, Ty saw it.
Tries to go for a tackle as well as dodging the shockwave. Takes the boost section. Okay. Next item is going to be extremely good for both people. Okay.
Ty delays going down just a tiny bit to dodge the ice, and that might end up killing them later. Nope, not quite.
Wim taking a very safe but fast route, but unfortunately Dai manages to survive all of this. Going for a very intense round.
Oh, I think there was a tackle there. Because I saw Wim lose a bit of speed.
Unfortunately,
unfortunate grapple miss.
Yeah, the stream froze for a second for me, so I didn't see what happened.
Alright, we're going to be entering into sudden death soon. Oh, Ty goes the fast route this time.
But actually got pulled on the ground by Wim. Spawn. Wim taking the ground level again to not take too many risks.
We are officially in sudden death for the first time this tournament.
Wim misses a crucial grapple.
However, Ty decides to run into some boxes to give Wim back some of that ground they lost. Good ice dodge, and I think, yep, here we are. That was a guaranteed point for Ty, and Wim decided to just forfeit at the very end there. All right. Hi, where are you going? Because now we have the grand final, which is once again Derp versus Ty.
For first to 7, I believe.
First to 5.
First to 5 still, yes, okay. Wasn't
If
sure.
there's
It's
a
only
reset,
first
then
to
it's
7.
first to 7.
Yeah, I forgot. I somehow got it mixed up. Bans time. Who bans first? I believe this is Die.
Nope, Derp, technically. But it doesn't really matter.
Technically Dirt? Okay. I
Yeah,
thought it
it
was
doesn't really-
top seed.
Top seed gets to ban second, because banning second is technically a minor advantage that is negligible 99.99% of the time. The only time that it is relevant is when both players want to ban the same map, which is basically never.
Okay. I just noticed as well. I did it for you, but for the 5th place tiebreaker, Jackrabbit won against Taylor 3-1.
Cool.
So, SS Royale, Sky High. You know what? I'm gonna write the maps down on a notepad.
Yeah, I've been writing them down in Discord.
Alright, it's 6 bans. That's it.
All right. Now, it is time to start. All right, and they're splitting the difference. And it's Silo.
Damn.
Oh! Ty made it into the skip route. Bad news for Derp.
Boost right now.
I believe that is the first time we have ever seen anybody even attempt that skip in a tournament. And
Yeah,
first point goes to Ty.
Missing it is a massive loss of time. What happened there, Die? No boost.
No boost.
No boost. Wait, can't you do this skip without a boost? Without
Yeah,
boost?
you can, but if you gotta have the right positioning for it. And if you screw up the positioning even just a tiny bit, it's game over. And Ty doing a bit of win trading.
Okay, very, very good for him, actually.
Derp
But
doing
Derp
a bit of win
not the
trading.
same. That's insane.
However,
Alright,
this
who
is
goes
only
first?
a minor boost difference here. Oh! But Ty hits their own box that they just placed, resulting in Derp getting that first point.
he expected really hard that Derp was gonna run into that box. He put his entire... I forgot to jump! Fair enough, fair enough.
Alright. That means Ty gets to pick the map now, and we're heading over to Plantation. Bomb gets used to prevent Derp from going bottom route.
box, okay. Doesn't slow down Die Gamer somehow. There gets a bomb, very deep first place, which is extremely bad for Die Gamer. He even manages to get a very good grapple to keep a lot of momentum. There goes backwards for some boost, which is...
Good tackle.
Oh! Good tackle. Forced to use his bomb to try and come back, but unfortunately he does not have the boost to follow up. Another tackle. Oh
Nasty
boy,
today.
Gamer.
Boost spawn negates the negligible boost advantage.
The ball there is going to be extremely scary for Derp.
Oh, Derp just barely dodges it.
Damn, he got a new haircut out of that.
Yeah. New hat.
Hot head was created.
Yep. Ooh. Unfortunate slope miss there, I believe, for Ty. It's 2-2 now, with Derp having a minor boost advantage, but Ty having a item advantage.
Very good attempt with the bomb there. Fortunately, it does not give him... Oh, the instant drill. Puts Die in an extremely bad situation. However, they get an ice. They might have an opportunity to come back from this.
Ooh, ice used slightly too late, or too early, depending on where they were trying to get it to hit.
I think way too late.
Yeah, probably.
But Derp loses the point.
Yep. Alright, 1-1. Alright, Pitfall. Ooh, nasty rocket. Tire clips full boost out of it.
We're about to see double gainers. Double gainer.
Ooh,
Yeah,
unfortunate start there for Ty.
Derp's ice there is going to be very, very strong.
Or not.
But use it actually in the wrong way.
Good shockwave, however.
extremely
That
awesome
blocked
spot.
off the grapple, which resulted in victory for Derp. Alright, where are we heading?
Thinking really hard.
New Age City.
City. Very strong start for Derp. Ooh, that ice was crazy.
Yeah.
The fact it didn't even hit Derp.
I believe
know.
what happened was that it was above, that Derp just went into the tiny gap right there where that bottom bounce pad is. That's where Derp was when the ice went down.
Yeah, I believe it too, but it looked like it even started at that point. so I'm a bit confused.
No,
Maybe
I'm 99% sure it started way above that.
Oh, unlucky spot there for the grapple.
Yeah, that's second point for Derp.
Bit of a hasty
And honestly,
shockwave there.
even if that ice had hit, I don't think it would have done anything.
Nice try with the ball there.
Yeah.
Actually, ping rating didn't manage to work. Very good attempt with this rocket as well. This one, I'm not sure how it didn't hit either.
Looks like Derp was about to jump into the spikes there.
However, Derp has a big, very big.
That was a nasty
very
rocket.
good.
That's going to be a point here.
Very good spot for a rocket, yeah. Uses the bounce pad to actually recover from his own rocket. Was very clever.
All right, we're currently sitting at 3-1.
Just a small reminder, the band maps are SS Royale, Sky High, Surfing the Oasis, Clubhouse, Power Plant, and Lantern Festival.
And Minery is a legal pick. Ooh, good ice dodge.
Oh, that ball, weirdly enough, did not hit either.
All right, first point goes to tie. However, Derp does have a pretty much complete boost advantage.
That gamer took a very long time to cycle his
Good
item.
bomb. Ooh, Derp's total boost advantage is partially negated by that boost spawn. It does give them the lead, however, which could be very helpful depending on the... Oh, that's a very lethal item here. Except it does not hit. Attempted tackle there.
It's gonna be...
Nasty ball. Ooh. Fortunately, Derp is able to partially recover from it.
Both players made some really good plays, but both of them fluked it afterwards.
Yep.
Bomb's gonna stop Dai's momentum. But unfortunately gonna be used a bit too early to try and ping predict, but unfortunately that's too earlier than normal. A bit of an awkward drill there.
And second point for Derp. Derp also once again has boost advantage here, which allows Derp to get ahead of the rocket. Shockwave gets shot too far down for it to do anything. Another Shockwave gets cycled out for another Shockwave.
Damn, no, Derp has been stuck, oh my god, has been stuck with this rocket for such a long time. Finally he found a use for it.
Oh, nasty rocket! That's 4-1. All right, and we're heading over to the Citadel for Ty's last pick of this match. And potentially the last map of the entire tournament. Good block with the ball. Oh, Ty managed to get through the fast route.
A little bit of dissing happened there.
First point goes to Derp. Ruck gets put out slightly before the round ends. Let's see if Ty notices it, or if it even matters. Yeah, I don't think it even mattered.
Very good golden grapple on the double jump, so you can't actually dodge it.
Less than a lap to get 2 points. However, Ty does get the bottom route, which is much better. It is now Derp's. Both people go for the skip. Neither of them really hit it in the way that it's best to be hit.
Oh, didn't remember the box.
Uh-oh. Using the ball to block that hook, bringing it to 3-0 on the map, and 5-1 overall. Which means that the tournament is over for today. And Derp is getting the 5th seed, and Ty is getting the 6th. I hope everybody had fun today, and quick reminder to donate to the Matcherino for the prize pool for the tournament. I've been your host, Ziastril, with Ecluvost here to help me out.
Hello.
Goodbye, and have a great